I'm big sick, so give me a second. I'm getting my shit together, and I'll be back. Good morning, everybody. Hmm. So bulls are trying to keep it at 51.50 right now. If we slip to the downside, we could fall to 35. What's up? Yeah, I feel like shit. I don't know what happened. Just like woke up with a massive headache. What's up, cookies and leche? The fuck was that? 1 second. All right. Is micro cheating? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that was. Anyway. Yeah, it might be allergies. I just massive sinus headache. My eyes are all fucking puffed up. Gherk, my wife's pregnant again. Have you been in New Hampshire lately? Because I've had a vasectomy. this this didn't always take. You mentioned that if PPI was hot, then tomorrow should be another drop. Does this still stand true? I think as long as we lose the 5150 level today, then yeah. Because all of that, all of that expiring charm, um, that's supportive is, at the 5200, at the 5175, and at the 5150 level, right? And a lot of that expires on the AM. So if we're below that when it all falls off, the effect is generally negative. I feel like it's too fucking early in the year for allergies. It's shitty. I have a 2575 Iron Condor for 400% on risk. Nice. I actually would have expected core PPI to be a little bit higher. I'm kind of surprised it wasn't. But PPI year over year moved up dramatically. Core still flat, but headline is not. I'll say this much. It's not a good look for analysts that have priced in like 10 years of perfect growth, right? What's for breakfast? I'll just have like a croissant. How bearish was this morning's data? It would have been more bearish if core PPI had moved up a bit more. But PPI X food, energy, and trade was up. So I guess that part's kind of nice. Retail sales were pretty flat, so we've got the dollar going up. I think year over year retail sales were up quite a bit. That's kind of inflationary too, right? How much more room does Tesla have to the downside? Like $100, maybe 150. I think if you sent me a message on the Discord, I already messaged you back. Why call? Bulls are building up some support here. Well, trying to. They might not be successful. But consolidation's a little bit bullish. Mm, it's not a bear flag yet. It was briefly, but then it broke down. All right. Give me a second. Once the caffeine kicks in, I'll answer all the questions. We're trading flat. Everyone should relax a little bit. This does not look imminently exciting. All right. Door? My door? I didn't hear anything. Yeah? 1 sec, I'll go check. All right. That was weird. I am actually deaf. Well, in one ear. ES volume dead, declining pretty rapidly. But that could also mean that this is getting ready to break up. This is kind of the push I was waiting for. I'm still not entirely sure this call was such a great idea, but we'll find out. Nvidia selling off a bit more. Man, bulls are weak. Futures got rejected. We're just buying more calls. Let's see what happens. All right. Yeah, still more call buying. We got call buying at the 50 and 55. So they're trying to support this level. And remember their charm, they still have a lot of charm from the 50 strike. Hmm. Wasn't that bad though. I don't know. Tesla just broke its long-term trend to the downside today. It might not be the worst time to short it. It might just keep spiraling. I mean, it looks like it's just selling off hard again, right? So we had like a few days of like profit taking on the bearish side. That was, you know, most of the last week. Looks like short positions have reaccumulated, and we lost the long-term trend like 45 minutes ago. And there's a lot of volume on this drop. Piece of shit. Yeah, oil's going crazy. Dollar's up at 103.32. 10 years almost at 4.3. Yeah, I would say bears are getting a little emboldened. We're still getting call buying on the downside here, though. So bulls are still trying to prop it up, but Nvidia's selling off hard as fuck. I'd say if this doesn't find support at 45, that would be quite bad. There's still a lot of calls at 51.50. Lots and lots of calls. Most of them expire tomorrow and tomorrow morning, but they're there. We might be seeing, you know, profit taking at that level, right? On these upside tests. You know, 60, 55, 59, 56. And bulls are trying to close out those positions before we fall further. Should find support at 45, I think. 45 is a bit of a resistance. We have a ramp going down from there, but it's not enough puts at 45 yet. Still quite a lot of calls at 60 and 55. If we lose 45, though, that's going to put us on that ramp down to 35 or even 25. Calls really start to fall off after that point. Hmm. All right. Bull's dead after today. How have we not bounced to 60 yet with the call positions above us? I mean, we did like a couple times. It seems mostly like the 55s and 60s are selling off when we test them. And that's what this was. I just gave up. They may not be done extracting the positioning yet, though. I told you inflation was coming back, treetop. Charm flip point at 50, above positive, below negative. I mean, charm's still overall positive, but it's more positive above 50. Charm has less of an effect today. Well, it'll have more of an effect as we move into the end of today. And the AM options get closer to expiry, but why are puts so massively expensive? Because the market's going down. Also, vol's up. Thoughts on MSTR? We've been reading too much Wall Street bets. Sailor's trying to pump a short squeeze so he can sell his Bitcoin. Sailor's been dumping bags for a week now. Figures. It's almost like if you have a limited supply commodity and you lock up a bunch of it, the price of it goes up. Beyond getting cheap enough to get back in again. Should be getting cheaper today. Oh yeah, nice. I told you guys. It was a pretty decent price on trend. I mean, IWM's still falling, so it could go down more. It depends on the time frame. On shorter time frames, wicks are less important. Hinkanashi doesn't have as many wicks, so you don't need to worry about it. It's already smoothed, right? You don't need to do any additional smoothing on your own. But on shorter time frames, generally from the body, longer time frames from the wick, with the exception of like ES, where I'll use the wicks because of the way they trade, because they trade tick by tick, and those are 25-cent increments, so the wicks are way more important. No problem. The video dropping hard because of the Microsoft news. I don't know. What was the Microsoft news? What's up, Sisyphus? The AI cybersecurity thing. If anything, that would be bad for crowd, etc. Microsoft announced its AI thing for public by next month. I don't care about AI, but I heard it on the news. I don't see why that would affect Nvidia. And Nvidia's still going to be selling them the chips, right? Will Bulls be able to push this up by tomorrow to close their positions, or is it game over? I mean, most of the 75s and stuff have already closed out. Like a big chunk of them. Most of like the 5180s, 85, 90s, all of that upside interest is pretty much gone at this point. They may try to hold on to 75 into tomorrow, but it doesn't look like that's going very well for them right now. There's a decent chance we can just get pinned to 5150 until tomorrow morning's expiration, though. Got some pretty supportive interest here, so I think this is probably going to be make or break for this downside test. Either they're going to come in and short vol and push this up, or vol's going to spike harder, and we're going to open up that range down to like 5125. Should be pretty volatile here, though. Apple stopped bleeding. Nvidia's got a bit of a bullish reversal. Microsoft announced this AI thing for probably all the sleep you're getting. Maybe. Yeah, I definitely overslept. If we lose 5140, can you swipe at the camera and roar like a bear? It gets me going. You couldn't handle it. We can't close today with VIX 14, can we? Why? We could. They'll try to stabilize 5150. I mean, this is kind of the outcome that I said last night, where PPI is kind of bearish, but they managed to hold 5150. So the fact that we didn't lose 5150 in the pre-market was pretty bad. It would have been a lot better if we'd opened underneath it. And then the market makers, as people have noted, have priced up IV, and like so they didn't have a lot of event risk priced in, but now they've priced it in, right? And so options are kind of expensive, which makes it hard to push the price up and down. VIX is still kind of stagnating a bit. 10-year needs to go to 5% for the banks to go boom. Or, well, the rest of the banks to go boom. Do you have a near-term price target in mind for TLT? I mean, I think I wrote it up in the... Didn't I put it in the DD? It's like 92.50. After that, I mean, it's you've got to hold it. You'd have to hold into the Fed meeting. Oh, what a great short. Last night you made a Simpsons tweet. Is the top in? I just like the GIF, man. Could you tell me what to buy to be a bajillionaire before 5 p.m.? Do you have $3 billion? If you bought $3 billion worth of the 5150, you can make like 40%. Bulls seem like they're drowning. They're not. Not yet. Don't tempt me. I don't have 3 billion. Sorry. Maybe 20% on puts, but yesterday end of day. Felt as if I was coming out of hibernation. Rar. Taco Squire, for the 10th time, man, please do not disclose my financial information publicly. Yeah, so after TLT hits price target, you could potentially wait for the FOMC decision, but obviously very risky at that point. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to take some profit off of a bit of the short position and then leave some runners and see how hawkish the Fed can get. What espresso machine do you have? Oh, I have a Profitec 700 or something. 600? P600? I want to say that's the model number. Yeah, I have a Profitec P600, Pro 600. Are there calls building above 5160? Not really. There's a giant pile of puts at 5170. And all of the 5170 calls sold off like I said they would. That's why we got such a nice big dive this morning. How do I make $2 billion in 30 days? I have $157. You just have to 100% your account every day, right? Thanks for nailing the 5145 support. We're locked between 50 and 70, 50 and 5160, it looks like. Well, 45 and 5160 for now. We'll probably get more repositioning as time drags on, but Bulls are gonna maybe try to get the rest of their calls now, I hope. Yeah, I'm gonna close out of this put. I don't want to hang on to this one through another fucking dump. See if they can keep getting VIX down or if they stall out here on resistance. We still have a gap to the downside at 50. That's not a great look. 50's put heavy too. So this is a pretty key level. 55 and 60 are positive gamma. 50 is negative. They left a gap. Oh, Jesus. That was gross. They left a gap here. So we want to see vol continue to move down. And we want to see like a hard push from bulls here. Because if they fail, we're probably going to fill that gap. And then potentially we could fall further if we do. So this is kind of important, I would say, at least from a breakout standpoint. Apple's kind of failing a little bit here, but Nvidia is still pushing up. Oh wait, no, that's not Nvidia. This is Nvidia. Nvidia's kind of failing a little bit too. That's not a good look. QQQ is mostly stable though. Yeah, QQQ could break higher, I guess. Ooh, that's kind of nice. Well, VIX is starting to turn a bit. Okay. There's some call buying. Yeah, so bulls are trying to keep this from falling, I think. I don't know if they're going to be successful. It's starting to not look so great for them. Still no gap fill. VIX is turning down now. Okay. Curious. Breakout? Alright. Does BTC dumping have any effect in the market? Nah, nobody cares. It's smaller than Apple. Do you think IWM can continue further down? Will charm decay or any news contribute to the continuation? higher inflation. Higher inflation and higher for longer is really bad for small caps. Much of the index has some serious debt burdens. This price action has given me 15 cancers and a massive headache. Fair. Are the bulls out of Mayo? They're actually fighting. They're fighting back really hard against the 5150 puts here. I don't know if they're going to win, but I feel like the eventual outcome is going to be kind of violent. The problem is every time they push to the upside, the 5150 put gets cheaper. Ah. Okay. I'll be alright. I would never buy calls on Oxy in a million years. I think you can hit 5100 today. No, probably not. That'd be fucking nuts. Literally cheated to get above 5150. Yeah. Would you zero DTE straddle this? No. No, this could end up very choppy. Come on, this is the breakout. Push it. Micro cheating. I still can't believe that fucking text. What a stupid thing to wake up to. Do you still have the put leg of your straddle? No. Wait, what text? Oh, I got accused of I woke up to some chick accusing me of micro cheating. And then she said I was self-involved. I was like, excuse me? Yeah. What does that even mean? I don't know. I was like, I'm not even your boyfriend. I actually can't cheat on you. She's left that on red, so I assume. Just tell her I'm more of a macro guy. Micro cheating seems like a strange way to say you hang out with hundreds of people online each day. Maybe. Is there ellipses? Are you about to get a paragraph? I don't know. I don't think so. I haven't been paying attention. That sounds like a microaggression. I get accused of being just micro. I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Gray Pubes. Tell her she's micro insane. It's definitely macro. Good to know that she's possessive up front. Bye. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. Do I need to send my wife over to deal with this thoughty? Yeah, I think so, Carl. She knows about Jen Jen's post from last night. Wait, what? What did Jen Jen post last night? Is she Latina? Are you in danger? She's Lebanese. Probably. Lebanese is not Persian, Bob. You racist fuck. That means she likes girls. Is the push over? Is that it? Maybe. I don't know. We still haven't filled that gap. And VIX isn't going up. She's seen the million gifs with your face AI'd on them, and she thinks you're self-involved. I don't see it. Yeah, me either. I think micro cheating is like code for I feel insecure, but I'm not. I'm not entirely. I'm not like up to date on the current. I grew up in an era when cheating was not a micro event. I'm heavily involved with myself. What's the prices you see this gap at today? Thanks. Apparently 51.50. I just need to keep saying FOMC will be nuts. Powell will give me that hawkish volatility. Oh no, we filled the gap. Is this it? Do the Bears win now? Fight back, little bulls. I almost hit my fucking stop. Oh, we didn't fill all of the gap? Are you shitting me? Now we did. Man, fucking bulls suck. Vic short. Here comes the push. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. If the bulls fail here, though, they're fucked. Definitely worth waiting a second. It's quite a lot of resistance at 51.50. Yeah, that doesn't look good for them. See if we can lose 51.48.50. Oh, there it goes. Gotta save a little bit of gap for later. Retest. see. I think this keeps going down. Yeah. I wonder if we get a test of today's low here. Got like 38. Is 5160 dead? The failure to break out here is pretty bad, right? And it's not dead until they capitulate on the calls. And I'm not sure what price they'd do that at, but I'd probably say like 5140. They bought a lot of them back here. Downside. So if we lose 5150, JFresh's Charmazard gets boofed. Big chunk of it, yeah. I don't think we're gonna lose 5150 today, right? Or 5100 today. That'd be nuts. Is it dumb to expect the previous V's that we're used to lately due to PPI changing the landscape? No, it's due to short vol falling off and leverage reducing. Yoink? What? Oh, the test? And that's what they were pushing for, but failing it's not not really very good, right? There's a lot of puts at 5150, which is kind of the problem they're having. Right? Like they gapped it above 5150 here. Right? And then they tried to run away with the price after the gap, and they just got sucked right back into them. And now they're having a hard time getting back above them. Well, the short vol regime's been changing for the. I mean, if you haven't noticed, like V's have been getting weaker for weeks now, right? It's not just the last few days. It's really since like the Feb CPI PPI reports. All starting to move back up again. Yeah, I think puts are getting a better handle on this now. .45 is still a bit of a resistance, but puts are stronger broadly across the downside after that last bounce. So like 40 is a lot stronger now than on the prior test. 35, 30, and 25 are all significantly stronger as well. We just got a big sell-off in 51.50 calls. So I think the Bears have this little. They're gonna come out on top of this little fight here. That means this support is no longer as strong. Yeah, there's a ramp. It's not even a ramp, it's just flat negative, and a lot of it. I wouldn't say it ramps up. It's just bearish all the way across. I guess puts like kind of peak at 35, but barely. It's just a big fucking stack of puts. It's like this. And this is like 35, 30, 25, 45, 40. Generally, when you get like a big block of options like that, it's just the whole range is just pretty easy. So maybe a little resistance or support at 35, but maybe not. Yeah, puts are just piling in now. Testing the lower channel of the year-to-date trend? Not really. I don't know what time frame you're looking at that on, but I don't think so. New low, new low, new low. Yeah, yeah, I think so. I mean, we have this channel, although this one might not matter a lot, right? Maybe like this. Still more puts coming in. Since all of these puts were bought up here, they're not very likely to take profits yet. So I don't think we need to worry about capitulation, at least not immediately. So once we lose like 142.50, we start to get drawn to the 40. Let me see where the calls start to really fall off. Yeah, the calls really start to fall off after 51.40. I mean, puts drastically outnumber them, but once we get below 51.40, it's just there's almost no defensive resistance to the downside. As far as momentum goes, still looks pretty good. Yeah. Could Beyond get shorted back to 7 before forced covering? It could get shorted even lower than that. If indexes keep falling, it's going to provide liquidity to shorts on Beyond. What would they be looking at for as a sell point in general? Is PT distance or percent move? Not necessarily this trade. Probably around support, like if there's support around like 35. Or if they get stopped out. I mean, generally when you're dealing with institutional positioning, there's, algorithmized stops, right? And so it's just constantly being moved with the price action. And so it's probably looking for like reversal volume on like ES or something like that. And some will be more sensitive than others. Uh, some of them will be set on like technical levels. But it'll kind of be like a adjusting trail stop on all of those put positions. You mentioned Black Monday yesterday. I mean, I'm joking around because market crashes have like a 1% chance of happening, right? But if one were to happen, I would say maybe the percent chance of it happening next Monday would be slightly higher. Well, next week. We do have the BOJ and FOMC decisions to get through, which could stabilize things. You may be joking about a crash, but you still think big reds? Yeah, I think so. I think we're about done with this shit. I mean, 46% of the gamma on the options chain, like on SPX, falls off tomorrow, and a lot of that in the morning, right? Copper Gang rise up. Sisyphus. See, I told you, man. Just gotta hodl. You've just been plowing money into HBM for like a year and a half now. Just don't do anything stupid with it. I hope driving me nuts about your HBM position over the last 2 years has finally paid off for you. Strong economy, rising commodities, everything up. No, I think we're seeing hedge funds move from big tech to commodities, which I warned everyone about repeatedly. My dream comes true. It's not like a super cycle or anything yet. Calm down. China's economy is still in the fucking gutter. Is dual commodities? Yeah. It's food. Ew. Well, that wasn't very impressive. We're shorting vol a little bit here. Mm, how hard are they pushing though? That's kind of weak. Do we have some sellers anywhere? This looks like garbage. Ooh. Oh, that might have been their last shot. That's really bad. I was chickened out back there. Thanks for thinking out loud. No problem. It's too greedy to expect another $18 sporadic drop like that of yesterday. I don't think it's going to be very sporadic. It seems wildly telegraphed, but if we lose 51.40 here, I think we've got a pretty decent shot at like 30 or 25. They're really trying to fight back against the momentum, but it doesn't seem to be working out very well for them. Trying to like squeeze off the put positions by just randomly buying huge chunks of calls. They're drowning, Gherk. Yeah, that's what that looks like. You're gonna have to do more than that to squeeze me off. I think the bigger issue is that a lot of the puts are already in the money. Should probably pull my stop back to like 10. Yeah. Still some pressure on vol. Puts aren't going anywhere. Not even a little bit. Careful here with your stops. Like if you're trying to if you're trying to play the downside, things might get like really volatile as we go kind of into this pinch point. They're going to be trying to stop out everything they feasibly can before they let this give way. I definitely think it's coming down, but like they're fighting for like every inch. Joke's on them. I don't have stops. Such a responsible trader, Carl. That's why you've made it so far. So you have a 322 5150 position that has performed quite well since yesterday. You hedged the upside yesterday, made a few hundred at open. Better hedge now, sell 320 5100p or calls. I think the I, I'm not even sure I like the idea of a call hedge right now, but if I were to carry one, maybe something like 20, like a 25 or 30, like 25 or $50 out of the money, like debit or something like that. I mean, you don't want to sell the put against it because, well, you could sell the same day put against it, but you don't want to sell the same amount of time against it, right? Intraday low. Let's go. Dumpies, 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 dumpies. I just sang a song. It was beautiful. Bear song below 5100. Okay, yeah. If we break 5100, I'll play the bear song. You got yourself a deal, dork. It does not look like we're going anywhere near 5100 right now, but that could change. Is it regarded to hold 5150Ps for tomorrow or overnight? With no hedge? I mean, you could lose a lot of money. You're super delta exposed, but I mean, it depends on how deep in the money you close the day. The problem is, like, say it bounces $17 overnight, you're gonna lose $1,700. Crepe Ape, holy shit! Thank you so much, man. I assume congratulations are in order. Well done. I appreciate it, dude. Great Grape Ape. Grape Ape's just sitting on like 50, 51, 50 put, 0 DT. Oh, don't bounce it here. Come on, fuck off. I really should move my stop up a little, right? Uh, I told you they're gonna stop loss on really, really hard. But I think VIX can spin up to about 15 before they push back really, really hard. Chad Grape Ape, yeah. Are we gonna see the gain porn? My port has unrealized 100% gain today. I'm not scared. I'm still holding 514 spy puts. Ooh, nice. You're cool. Thanks, Potato Tom. You are too. Thoughts on meta breaking down here? I mean, everything else is. I don't know if meta would be my go-to choice, but it tends to hold up a little better than most of the other ones. Also, if TikTok gets banned, it's gonna run like fucking crazy. That's how they're gonna get out of this sell-off. Is TikTok is gonna be banned, and Meta's gonna go to like 700 a share. The last two almost market failures were saved by Meta and Nvidia. Why not this one? Wait for the bear signal line in PP. How the fuck are people making money before getting there? What you can, I mean, you can short on the breakdown of like the breakdown of those signals, right? Like you can just go short here. And then you could short the rejection on this. This is like where you want to place a stop, right? Because it's support. But then if it breaks down further, you can add to your short. And then you can look for like the next level. It's right there. The next one, which is there. So on and so forth, right? Ugh, I don't like the recovery on futures here. I'm sure they're going to leverage up that capitulation. I think they're just trying to pull back calls at 40. Yeah, okay. Jesus Christ, these you need to watch out for. These are gonna be intense. This one had a little bit of capitulation behind it too, so they can get pretty nuts pretty fast. Looks like the short vol's falling off though again. Yeah, we're still getting put buying. I will say for like the remainder of the day though, that this kind of like small bounce into more shorting is very bearish, right? Because we keep accumulating more and more puts to the downside, and a lot of them are 0 DTEs, so they have a lot of gamma. I kind of want to lose 137.50 to confirm a continuation. I think the commodity super cycle is sooner than we think. No, copper prices are just up. A bunch of Chinese manufacturers reduced production, like the day before yesterday. And there's been a little bit of confidence in China's economic recovery so far. But bigger problem is going to be if China doesn't move their short-term lending facility today, or their midterm lending facility tonight. A lot of that faith is going to be lost. Everyone's scared of BOJ making a bigger, like a rate decision on Monday. So a lot of the price action you're seeing in yen is hedging. But I mean, even last night, the carry trade was still getting levered up. So it seems like informed participants aren't afraid. Woo, lower low. Let's see if we can punch through 35 here. There we go. That should start opening up 25 now. I think we have a pretty clear, yeah, we got a pretty clear path to 25. There's very little in the money call support the rest of the way down. And technically we have a path to 5100, but Let's just take it level by level. So we start to lose. Where do we lose gamma neutral? Gamma neutral's at 5120. That might kind of like suck us in a bit. Yeah, so I would say positionally and based on where the neutral point is, we might be able to get a test of like 5120. If we break below 5120, a test of 5100 becomes very likely. It's quite a lot of gaps. Ooh. It's fun. Now, stupid out of the money calls. What puts can I buy to see if this keeps breaking down for the rest of the day? Watch out for these gap fills. It doesn't look like we're getting a ton of capitulation. A little bit. These are some stop losses getting triggered. These are going to get more violent. Okay. Careful here. I think we might find some support and chop for a minute. And there's some range on that too, up to like 51, well, 51.50. So is this a point to buy extra puts or wait it out? I wouldn't add to puts right now. If anything, I'd be looking to set some stops. That's why I moved my stop up, because I was thinking like, well, if we bounce super hard, which we did. What did I fill on that? Oh, okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, careful here, because this can like broaden, right? So we might end up with something like this. Or even that. Yeah, I'll set it there. So they're trying to leverage up this capitulation they got and push back to their, 51.50 calls, right? But there's still a lot of puts here. And so, I mean, it's very possible that can fail. But it might take a while, right? Like we might something like that. It could fail sooner, but it may not. I think, yeah, because momentum's kind of turning around in the short time frames, and it's getting a little bit more neutral on longer ones. I mean, I have some longer dated puts, but I got stopped out of pretty much everything else. I got out of my puts from last night, like my straddle puts, like first thing in the morning. I just had like take profit orders, so they filled. I think they closed at 40, which wasn't the best, but it was fine. When you said gamma falls off, you meant on the call side, right? Well, I meant all, like, total notional gamma. Are you talking about for tomorrow's expiration? You're a stop loss kind of guy or stop limit? Depends what I'm trading. If I have theta or I'm like in the money, stop limits are fine. If I'm setting up conditional orders, I'll use limits. They're usually wider, but zero DTEs, it's kind of hard to use limits. You can get fucked pretty quickly. So you have to accept some extra slippage, generally speaking, or you just need to set really wide stops. But choosing when you set your stops at points when there's like decent liquidity in the contract will prevent you from getting burned really bad by the slippage. Ever since you introduced me to straddle strangles, my account's been growing. I made 17% of my port today. Yeah, these market conditions won't last forever, but while they do, they're fucking awesome. Mike Miho, welcome to Zillionaire, man, or welcome back. I appreciate it, dude. Hit me up if you need me to get you added. I'm glad to hear that, man. Build on my puts, gotta do work things. Thanks for the profits, Gherkin. No problem, Jen. See you later. Yeah, interest can come in the counters. We've seen that happen before when large amounts of charm have fallen off. I don't think it will this time. We're not really seeing options positioning roll out from the OPEX like we did in Feb in December and January. IRS issues, but I'm back. Welcome back, man. It's good to see you again. You think bulls have enough power to pop this thing back above 5150? Not without a lot of put capitulation. But as momentum turns a little more neutral here, largely because of the strike we're at, the chances of put capitulation, say the bulls drop a big block of like 500k delta, right? And they bump the price like $5. Put stops might be set a little tighter on stagnant price action like this, and that could kind of shift momentum favorably for the bulls. We don't want to see that, because that would give the bulls a leg up and a chance to like move back up to like 5150. I still think they'll get stuck there. I mean, 5150 is kind of just very gravitationally strong. But if we chop, say, below 5145, right, and we don't get a lot of capitulation, and we're really not getting a ton, then, the bulls' momentum can die off and we can start to move back down again. And this line is kind of, it's questionable for now. It doesn't really have a lot of actual support. So yeah, we're just going to be watching and see, are the bears going to accumulate more out of the money puts? They very well could. They're not right now, and that's one of the reasons momentum's kind of shifting. And our bull's going to try to push up through those put walls at 40, 45, 50. I think right now things greatly favor the bears, but obviously you can never be too careful. Was the chart frozen? Yeah, I think so. Sometimes when I open other windows, like my other brokerage, the charts will freeze here. I don't know why. What makes you think big downs next week? Like, well, let's see. As of last night, we have like 50, 60 billion almost in charm falling off on tomorrow's expiry. We're not seeing calls reposition into like the Juno pecs, right? We're just seeing everything falling off. Um, that's going to be a big drop in total dealer delta. It's going to be a big drop in charm, and it's going to be a probably an even bigger, well, percentage wise drop in Vega exposure. There's still tomorrow to see some supportive, longer dated positioning come in, but really cutting it close to the wire if that's the case. He's still vibing under the couch most days. He gets up to stuff during the night. He likes to make a lot of noise and run into things. There weren't 6 rate cuts in the Fed's dot plot last December. There was only 3. The market just decided to price in 6. I'd be surprised if there's 2. There shouldn't be any. The fucking GDP is running like 2% over the Fed's inflationary target. And people are saying we're going to fucking cut rates. It's actually insane. It's an insane thesis. It has no basis in reality whatsoever. I think the only way the Fed cuts rates is if we get a credit event. Yeah, I agree. There should be 0 cuts. The Fed generally doesn't change policy a lot during election years. Also, the Fed is like a private, separate entity. And JPA's a like a hardcore Republican. He can't be replaced on a whim. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. That's the power granted to the Fed. I mean, it's not so much that they've caved to pressure, it's just that Yellen just ran away with QE the second she got a chance. I mean, the Fed and the Treasury had no choice in October. You can fault them all you want, and you probably should. But there was no choice but to announce a pivot and soften their approach. If the 10-year had pushed up above 5% substantially, a large portion of our banking system would have been very much at risk. And they prevented that almost to the day. Yeah, PPI was hot. Headline. It depends on how severe the credit event is. If it's bad enough, it'll squash inflation. Like, they should practice responsible risk management instead, but they lobby against that.
right? Like all the banks have like, so we have Basel, right, which should limit the bank's ability to leverage and take risk by increasing their capital requirements, right? And all they've done is push back against it in every way they feasibly can. They don't want to make less money, right? And they have a lot of power and political influence. So who's going to force them? V confirmed? No, but it's the start of one. We're still not really above 45. There's still big put walls here. Yeah, some puts are taking profit. Of course they are. I just went over this. You're too expensive. Jesus Christ. Really overcharging for the theta. Oil's up 2% now. Dixie 103.35. 10 years still not above 4.3. Getting close. Ooh. Yeah, we're now pricing in 66 points of rate cuts for the rest of the year. So we've almost halfway priced out the third cut. The amount of people that believe the Fed cares about elections is concerning. The amount of people that think it being an election year has some sort of effect on the market is concerning. There's zero statistical evidence that shows that elections have any effect. The two biggest market crashes in recent memory were both during election years. Three, 2020 was an election year too. Yeah. Trading SPY today? No, I was just looking at something. All right, Bulls got their neutral test. Jesus fucking Christ, there's a lot of puts. If we break 5150, we could test 60. Although, there's a pretty big put wall here, so we'll see. It doesn't look like any of that's capitulating. Where did profits get taken? Mostly just the in the money puts, like 55, 60, 70. Doesn't look like a lot of the out of the money puts took profit. Can they reverse this? Potentially. They're in a much better position if they get it above 51.50, but they haven't quite yet. Right now we're like basically back to trend. If they're gonna run into resistance, we might be getting close. Nah. Let's see. Looks like around like 52. This is why we set stops and take profits. I told you it was going to get violent. But yeah, breaking this levels was, you know, bullish. But now it's a question of can they hold it here? There's still a shitload of puts. 45 is kind of weak right now, but 40, 35 are still quite strong. So puts expand to the downside, and then there's a big fucking pile of puts right here. Really big. So this could very well be the top. And then you know what can happen is now puts are cheaper again, right? So you know, we could start to see vol turn around. So we can start to see people pile back into 0 DTs. Jokes on them. I made chicken enchiladas last night. Sauce was okay, but I seasoned the chicken perfectly. Nice. I made some chicken, like grilled chicken and like well, it was roast, pan roasted chicken, and then I made some fresh pasta with pesto. I got to break out my pasta maker, which was fun. Still a bad spot to add puts. Yeah. Momentum's slowing, but it hasn't shifted yet. So it still favors the bulls. I think whatever happens in this range, like here, um, whatever happens here is going to be pretty deterministic for the next like couple hours. But this could take a while. This could take like 30 minutes, maybe 60. So I'll be right back. Stops for the win. Yep, they're the best. Hmm. All right. Nvidia bounced pretty hard. So did Apple. Apple's kind of double topping here. Let's see. Almost a 55 test. Nvidia is gonna save us all. Hmm. 1420. Oh yeah, I wanted to check top today. What's top doing? Eh. Still not a lot of covering yet. Ooh, AI finally dropped a bit. Still looking for like $4 more of downside there though. Red hot was my take. Core actually came in as expected at 0.3. Headline came in much hotter at 0.6. So this is mixed, right? In line with analyst expectations, significantly above analyst expectations, mixed. If both had come in at like 0.6, we'd already be below 5100. That's a peener. It is, but yeah. Might just be like a flash in the pan. It doesn't look like there was a ton of put capitulation. Like they managed to rally off of a little capitulation, largely at the 35 strike. But they really only have their calls at 60, right? They already sold off all their 70 position earlier. So I think if we lose 50 again, it's probably going to start slumping back down. Vol shorting's kind of hit like a little bit of an apex here too. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're piling into more calls. We're really trying to leverage this up much. Could be they just get the 60s and then sell them off, right? That's what they've been doing all day, is just closing out call positions. They closed the 70s at open, and they dumped the 60s a few times already. They dumped a lot of their 50 position also. Upstart got blasted. Ooh, nice. Finally pulled away from that fucking $25 level. I've had short call spreads out on this for like a week and a half. That's awesome. Cool. Surprisingly not too illiquid yet either. Fubo's still stable. I think Fubo's starting to accumulate here. I wish fucking top would run. Beyond back to 824. And they're starting to cover on it a little bit on this bounce. It feels like they didn't get it super low today after yesterday. No, but they got it back under 850 where they need it. I mean, ideally they want it under 8. Because obviously they have to cover prior shorts at a loss at this level, but I mean, the fact that they have to keep shorting it while it's on reg show just piles up more FTDs and keeps it on reg show longer, right? No, I don't think Upstart ever completed their buyback. Some of it. They do a little bit every like quarter, but do you think the bots ETF could survive a credit event? Probably. I don't know. It's not bots isn't like it's leveraged pretty heavily for like Nvidia and stuff, but most of the interest on bots right now is long, right? Still, it's not like XR. Like they don't pound it as hard as they do XRT. Fubo has 11K volume on $2 call between 419 and 426. Interesting. Yeah, there's interest there. There were 4,000 March 15 spreads. Why would they buy them so far in the money? For what? $2,500 contracts, SPX 4,000, March 15. Could have been ARB, could have been a hedge. Maybe vol. Is BTC gonna fail 70K? Didn't it already today? I thought it hit 69 earlier. Seems beneficial to hold off buying calls though until we see big downs, right? Even on Beyond. So yeah, I mean that's part of the risk of playing Beyond is that, you know, if the market drops and liquidity opens up like we saw today, right? The market dropped, IWM liquidity opened up, and they shorted the fuck out of it, right? Which is kind of what I was trying to warn everybody about yesterday and saying that, like, you know, these runs aren't necessarily from covering, but Beyond was up like 8% yesterday. Today it's down 6.65, right? And so if you just take the net gain day over day over a period of time, it should continue to improve. I would be the only thing I would be really afraid of is like consecutive days of sell off on like IWM or uh Nasdaq, right? I said fail 70k, not test 70k. Give it time, Dork. Not a lot of calls coming in now. That's why the momentum kind of locked up. If anything, I would say we're getting like some profit taking on the call side. And if we fail 50, that profit taking on the call side is going to pick up, right? So all the calls bought for the reversal are going to want to sell off. No, I wouldn't get weekly Beyond calls. I would have lots of theta on Beyond if I was entering positions right now. I'm not. I have some synth longs, but I'm not buying anything else. All right, so volatility is starting to stabilize a little bit. They're not pumping the short as hard. QQQ's kind of topping out a little bit here at 44, 440.25-ish. And this seems to be cooling off at around 55. There's still some calls at 60, so be aware of that. I wouldn't say it's a good time for puts just yet, but it's getting better. So this is I would say this is kind of make or break here. Either the bulls are going to start buying more calls to the upside, or they're going to start taking profits. Yeah, it seems like the put sell off is about done. So just patience. Not really a good time to enter positions either way, I don't think. May 8th and 10th calls. What is it? How have we been doing this for this long and people still buy calls that aren't on the monthly expiration? It could be, yeah, it could be a sufficient amount of time, but you're going to have problems with liquidity because you're buying fucking weeklies. Thanks to the level-headed Beyond description and a day yesterday, I was able to make a small profit on my Beyond calls before today's downturn. Nice. I know you've probably been asked this a bunch, but curious if today serves as a confirmation of a point to enter a monthly expiration put position on SPX, QQQ, or SPY. So I assume you're talking about like the April 19? I would still wait till to see the effects following OPEX. I mean, you can always enter those positions. It's how you manage them that's important, right? Again, it's hard for me to comment on the risk of this because, you know, buying them and then doing nothing with them is really bad. Having exposure can be really good. But I don't know how individually people plan on managing them. If you're just going to buy it and let it decay to nothing, if the price action that you want isn't realized, then it's a terrible idea. I think he means 8 and 10 calls for the May monthly. Oh, okay, that's not as bad. Sorry. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, that's better then. Yeah, I don't dislike that. $8 might be a little near the money, but if you got them when it was trading below 8, that's awesome. Is Todd microcriming the VIX? No. $90 DTE the money put safe. I mean, at some point they're gonna probably print, right? I've been doing this like almost 3 years now, and I can say that a lot of you guys, and I'm not trying to pick on anyone, but a lot of you guys have a habit of buying a really good put and then kind of just sitting on it like it's a treasure chest you're afraid to open. It's like once you've locked in that position, you can't buy puts anymore. And that's not like a good thought process, right? Like you want to when you get like a big drop like we got today, right? And we get like a big breakdown, you can take profits, right? Downside on indexes almost like 90% of the time reverses, right? And we're still above any drop. And I'm going to say this for the 9,000th time this year. Any drop that finds support above gamma neutral is bullish. That's because you used all our money on it. Well, if you used all your money and you're up 20%, that's fucking awesome. Right? The problem is everyone wants to be up like 200%. And they're like, what if this keeps going down, right? And like, what if we, you know, look, think how much my put would be worth at 5,100 and how much my put would be worth at 5,000. And yeah, that's really fucking awesome if that happens. But when you're up 20% and you're considering what would happen, you know, at tests of like 500%, it's just delusional, right? And it's very easy for you to lose that 20% gain very quickly. Buy low, sell high. When it's green, sell it. After it goes down, buy it again. Yeah. I mean, okay, so like I bought a 51.50 like here right before the drop. when I got stopped out of my call, right? And I got stopped out of my 51.50 here on the reversal. And then, like, just buy. Now I can buy the same fucking contract that I had before cheaper. And if it fails again, I can make another 100%. That's also 200%, right? But I didn't have to hold it for a test of 51.25. It's not paper hands, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. There's definitely situations where you could like enter a put here, and then the fucking market just does this all day, like yesterday, right? And then it drops. That's awful, right? That's just the worst trading situation to be in. But when you print hard like that, just take the money. You can fucking, there's always, the market's always gonna move again, right? It's not just gonna stop moving one day. And the next time you have 20%, you have 120% more money than you fucking started with, right? So the next time an opportunity comes up, you have even more leverage to deploy, you have more capital. You don't have to take as much risk. I mean, things only get incrementally better, so take incremental profits. And people are always like, okay, well, like, what if I have 90 days of theta and I'm up a little bit? It's like, well, do you have a plan? Do you have a price target? Why did you buy fucking 90 days of theta if you didn't? Have you hit your price target? Have you hit your risk? Right? Like, all of this should be planned out before you spend the price of a used car on a fucking options contract, right? Go into your trades with a plan. Like, everyone gave me shit for being bearish last year, even though the market spent most of its time going up. But I still made money being bearish all year. In the periods where the market went down, I made money. And there were a bunch of them, right? Yes, I would have probably made more money being bullish all year, but I didn't believe in it. This rant is very shilly. I'm a big shill. Oh wow, these things still exist. Black Monday re adopted by Dance. Look at my week worth of salary of profits taken on 4 trades today. I think I might be learning, or whatever smart people say. Nice, man. Well done. Now, I know a lot of you guys are just like engineers and doctors with gambling addictions, and that's fine. But some of you are truly poor. You're broke dick, poor motherfuckers, right? Listen to me. If you can take $300 a day and turn it into $350 a day, you're going to be substantially richer in 6 months than you are now. But if you take $300 a day and try to turn it into $900 a day, you're going to be just as poor as you are now 6 months from now. So you can pick your path, right? It's up to you. And, you know, some of you might be able to turn $300 into $900 a day, but not consistently. And trading is all about consistency. I don't know what the fuck you're looking at, AJ. Thank you for the advice. I am poor. Yes. $20 a day is fucking $100 a week. It's $100 more a week than you had otherwise. Like, you guys are, a lot of you guys, and I see this pretty often, and I don't want to say everyone, because I mean, the pickle jar has gotten overall significantly better in the last year and a half. And, you know, partially, by sticking to it and, concentrating on getting better. Also, partially because the market made you, right? It's not been an easy market to trade by any means. And when we do get easy markets, hopefully you'll all perform a lot better. But something I see it constantly. Like, people are like, I'm gonna scalp and I'm gonna take this $550 contract and I'm gonna turn it into, I'm gonna sell it at $10 and make $450. And during the time they're holding this contract, it might be like $6, $7.50, $8. They'll never sell it, right? And then, their test gets rejected and it immediately goes down to $3.50. So now instead of having a $50 gain or $100 or $200 gain, now you have a $200 loss. So, set the stops when you're profitable. Even if you only make $10, you're still up $10. Like, it sucks, sure, and yeah, maybe you'll run out of day trade, like, or settle cash, right? But you'll have more settled cash tomorrow, right? That's cool. Even if it's only $10 more settled cash. Can we go back to the times when we could buy whatever and make money? You mean 2021? No. This is really cool. Are we breaking down yet? A little bit, yeah. Like I said before, we want to see it slip back below the put wall at 51.50, and then things could get increasingly more bearish from there. You can always just keep opening accounts to avoid PDT. Yeah. Or you could just have 5 accounts, right? Put $2,000 in 5 accounts, and then just fucking, you never have to worry about PDT at all. Or trade a cash account, and who gives a shit about PDT? Or trade futures. There's no PDT on that, right? I feel like if you're constantly burning through all of your settled cash every day, you're probably over trading, but that's really relative to the amount of money you have. No, it has to be at like 5 different brokers, I think. Buys 1 contract, spends all available cash. Better make sure it's a winner. I mean, when you're doing that, you're just using the wrong instrument, right? I feel like you're talking to me specifically. I'm just addressing things that I see a lot of people doing. It's not just you. And it's not hard shit to fix. It's easy to fix. Just don't think about what your option could be. Think about what it is, right? Broke 50 puts time. Getting there. Let me check some things out real quick. Yeah, so puts are starting to pile back in again. We got Delta falling off a bit. Looks pretty bearish. Fucking still out of day trades. Jesus Christ. Nine. How the fuck did that go up on the bounce? Oh, okay, there we go. I always wonder how you can see the data so quickly. So you give one car charge, all available cash. I found out doing my taxes, I have $40 left in Robinhood. Congratulations. What are you gonna do with it? Inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute. I'm not sure how much that matters. This? Eh, we'll see. Bulls are gonna fight for 51.50 again, I'd imagine. So we'll probably get a lot of the same kind of volatility as the bullish positions get pushed out that we got back here. Um, but maybe they're a little weaker now after taking some profits. Or a slip of 51.50 will cause them to take more profits. AMD down almost 20% from last Friday's high. Yeah, I sold calls against it over the last few weeks, but I kind of wish I'd grabbed some puts. It was really blown out. But with the AI shit, it's so risky, right? Sometimes it just like it runs and then it stays against gamma neutral until gamma neutral catches or gamma max catches up with it. One question you can ask to a person from the future, what is it? Price of Nvidia January 2026. Jan 2nd, 2026. We create and curate our own data. Olga. Can members see it too? No. Not Not currently. Although we may have plans for something like that in the future. Currently we don't have anything available. Have you ever looked at the tool Spot Gamma? Yeah. I have. It's overpriced crap. It's not actually that it's just crap. I mean, the data they give out's like it's not special or anything, but it's fine. It's just overpriced. Noted username, username face. I will. We'll have more information about all that stuff in maybe like a few months. It's okay if you have the money and are learning. I don't. I mean, I really don't think they offer that much of value for the price. Spot game is wildly expensive for what they offer. I don't know. I don't like a lot of data providers. Even the ones I use, I don't like. Mostly those are just for like your guys' benefit, though. Like we already have all of that data, we just don't have it in the form of pretty charts. Um, and so there's like services that I use for like pickles picks and stuff that I actually hate, but I don't want to fucking sit in Excel and compile charts all night, right? And so their calculations might be off or their service is spotty, but I like I'll still use them to save myself the time, but I wouldn't ever recommend, I don't think, any of them. What DT are you straddling today? I don't know yet, actually. I'm not sure it's better than nothing. There's a lot of data services where the data is so horribly miscalculated that it actually, or they promise a lot of things that they don't actually offer, that it can act, I feel like it could actually bias your decision making process. And it's even worse than having no data at all. I love Excel. I would gladly do that. It's okay. We'll get it to a point where we have our own charts. It's going pretty good. Yeah, we've been working really hard on stuff. So I mean, I'll let everyone know if there's any kind of updates or anything. But that's fair. Why has Netflix been going up constantly since its gap up? No idea. It's the only fucking company that actually makes money. And NASDAQ. They keep raising prices. I think since it's gapped up, they've raised prices twice, which is pretty bullish for their margins, right? But they make like, Netflix makes like serious cash flows. A lot of people ignore that about it, but yeah, it's not like yeah, it's kind of like Meta in that way. It's not overly burdened by debt. They have phenomenal cash flows every quarter. But they're really illiquid, and like yeah, their price tends to be pretty volatile, which can lead to big ups and big downs. There's definitely a consistent 5% difference between you and them, and it's always in your favor. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I've only ever used their trial, and I was like, I'm not paying for this. I was back holding GNS for 8 months. Small position. Just announced AI merger 20 minutes ago, up 50%. Now I can cut loss and exit. Nice, dude. Congratulations. Is this a bull or a bear flag? It's not a flag. Rising wedge, maybe? On the higher low. Could just be an uptrend. Yeah, it's just an uptrend. This was a flag, right? Yeah, let me show you where the flag is here. These are flags. Right? This is not. This is a broadening wedge, which is they're slightly bullish, but if they break down, they have very little support. We're getting a lot of these lately, and that's because we're seeing a lot of call side capitulation. Um, but these are flags. Flags are really generally very brief, and they come off of big volume. So big volume, right? Big upside like this. Like this into consolidation would be a bull flag. Or that. Those are flags. See, like you get this big volume move up, and then the consolidation that follows that's a flag. Or, you know, the other way, you get a big drop and consolidation, right? And then another drop. That's a bear flag. Options to you. Welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Or check out the threads and the general chat, and there's instructions in there too. This looks bullish into end of day. Not particularly. I think bulls are still kind of fighting for 5150, but I'm not sure that's going to be successful. The funny part of some of the data services is in the ULA, XYZ is not responsible for any inaccuracies in the supplied data. I mean, that's going to be any. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, some of them take that a little too far, but that's like a requirement in pretty much any data service, right? Because you're actually passing on the the liabilities passed on to you from the data provider, who also is not responsible for inaccuracies in supply data, right? So say you're getting data directly from the exchange and it's wrong, which can happen. Um, your output is still going to be incorrect, right? So there's never a guarantee of the veracity of the data, but all the way from the source. Blast that jam. I look at the 4 hour and tell myself I should buy some 5180Cs for tomorrow. Is this crazy? Maybe. I think it really depends on where we end today. Like if bulls can hold 5150 into tomorrow, maybe there's enough charm on the weekly expiration to support positive price action into the end of the week. But if they can't, I don't think they're going to be in that good of a spot after the AM contracts fall off. U.S. Treasury Secretary General Yellen said it's unlikely that market interest rates will return to levels that prevailed before the COVID-19 pandemic. No shit. Just become a market maker, bro. Opera for the win. So QQQ could actually have been delisted for 8 months. Possibly. I mean, so I think if we lose 5150 again, the 60s are. I mean, we've already got some 60s capitulating through here, right? Um, if we start to fail this, we might get even more falling off. Don't use TA on the VIX. Could we get another massive drop in power hour like yesterday? That'd be cool. I mean, we could get a sell off into close. There's still a lot of puts to the downside that are open. And under 5150, bears have the advantage. So let's see if we lose the trend first. There's no reason to be impatient with it. This looks pretty distributive, right? Like we broke out of the trend and then bulls started taking profits. We're starting to fail the trend. We might get some pushback, but I think ultimately this can drop. Bearish momentum starting to pick up again. Yeah. Yields are still pushing up. So's dollar. Dollar looks like it's about to break out even higher. So none of that's really good for risk equity. Like, yeah, like risk equity. Can you get another massive prediction for power hour? I mean, it looks like we're losing 5150. It's a pretty good sign. Oops. Still, yeah, we still have a decent put ramp back to 35. The 30 and 25 are a little weaker than they were earlier, but not significantly so. We've got a pretty big dump in calls. Well, just a consistent dumping of calls, I would say. And it looks like the 5160 calls are pretty much gone. So, you know, they did exactly what we thought they would do and pulled back that positioning on the upside test. Looks like 5155 calls have broken down as well. 5150 calls are still significantly outnumbered. And then the same is true for every strike to the downside, but it may not be as rapid of a drop as we got earlier. And that'll just depend on how much put positioning comes in and stuff. So see, it's starting to fail that trend now. IV is also starting to pick up. Not just VIX, but IV on the contracts, like out of the money puts. When entering a hedge, do you ever just put a trailing stop order to buy the contract you want to enter? So I don't know how to do it on WeBull. I've tried figuring it out a few times, but generally in my main accounts, if I'm like scalping puts, I'll put like an open close open order in for the call. So like I buy the at the money call on the reversal. And so basically what that'll do is like when your put stops, you go long the call. Any recommendations for how to set stops on XSP? Too poor for SPX. Since a lot of strikes have a pretty wide bid ask spread, better off to just use SPY. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, XSP definitely benefits from your positions going in the money. Because then the market maker is more willing to buy them kind of at the mid. But I mean, they're illiquid, but there's usually not that wide of a spread. Especially if you're staying like around the money. I wouldn't use it for anything out of the money. Sometimes you could take advantage of those wide spreads though and sell those options. QQQ is good, but you have to pay attention to SPX levels. Yeah, I mean the biggest problem with both of those is that I think a lot of the brokers sell them off at like 3 o'clock if you don't have the money to exercise them. XSP won't do that because it's cash settled. I still have to gap up there. Maybe it's far enough out of the money, it doesn't matter. I will say if you're trading SPY and QQQ, something that you might want to do, especially on 0 DTEs, is try to keep your option in the money. Because their notional moves are smaller, and you benefit more from the increase in delta rather than trying to play gamma. Especially when you have like chop that's maybe range bound. You should probably do that on SPX as well. Well, yeah, I mean, like, so say you top ticked this, right, and you bought the 39 put, right? Hold on. Well, I don't want to go too deep into it, but or you bought the 40 put. So if you bought the 40 put, you just get intrinsic value from the entire drop. If you bought the 39 put, right, and this didn't drop as much, right, so you only got like down to 39, this would just keep losing value the whole time. Right, so like, I mean, yeah, you could benefit off of like just a straight drop in price like this, but like if you got another bounce, the entire value of your contract would be gone. Like all of the profit would be gone by the time you tested like the 30 EMA, right? And if you had the 440 put, which is just one step in the money, you can withstand that bounce a little better. Like you'll still be up on that EMA test. We bearing? Yeah, a little bit. Losing 45 is a good thing. Losing 40, it's getting spicy. VIX is starting to turn up again. It's broad, right? We've got sell-offs on all three indexes and vol up. So those are all really good signs. How low can we go this time? 35's still resistance. Actually, more so than it was earlier. Sorry, you're not looking at that chart. But there are puts at 30 and 25. So it just depends on how much people pile into those as we're falling. Like gamma, the 30 and 25 could just explode while we're dropping, but right now I would say there's support at 35 initially, and then kind of falls off as we hit like 30, 25. So I'd probably work on setting some stops a little sooner. Yeah, see, this isn't that illiquid. It's got some okay volume. Maybe I'll set a stop like further out, 40. Just in case I find support here. Yeah, IWM's getting wrecked. Could puts capitulate and bulls V this? Yeah, but most of the puts aren't in the money yet. So it's not. It's a little bit less of a concern here than it would be at 35. What are the chances that we break 5100 tomorrow? A lot of the 5100 options expire tomorrow. So decent. I think I'll let this bounce back a little bit. This is just like a little bear flag. Pennant. Hoping for 200% is risky. Oh, whatever. I mean, I have like 100% profits, more than locked in, right? Is 25 still possible? Yeah, if we keep getting put accumulation to the downside, it is. More so now, too, right? Because 0DTs have more gamma now than they did earlier. So you get bigger moves into the end of the day because of the expansion of gamma. Well, you get bigger moves and smaller moves depending on volume, but if people buy a lot of like 30 and 25 puts, then yeah, we could. I'm still looking for 35 to be supportive though. I wouldn't look for 25 unless we lose 35. Which we haven't done yet, although it looks good. Guess we could watch the 25 option. This is something you can do if you're just hanging out by yourself. And look at volume on the 25 option. See what's going on with it, right? F for that guy who get hit by that XSP wick. Yeah, that was pretty rough. All right, this is the 35 test. Failed. Oof, look at that shit. Yeah, maybe it's better just to take the limit on that. I'm not gonna fucking fuck that shit. So we're definitely getting that 30-25 buying that we talked about. It's coming in. Bears are getting aggressive on the drop. You have bags, but you're expecting more downs. Do you keep the bags? That's just, I mean, if you think the position's gonna keep moving favorably, you wouldn't want to exit it, right? Just plan on having a cutoff point where you're like, okay, I was wrong. When do you even buy in? It keeps dropping while it's dropping. I mean, you can buy in on like the tests, right? Like you could have bought here. This was some stabilization. You could have bought here before it broke through 35. You just have to set a tight stop, right? I mean, that's literally what scalping is like buying as the price is moving in a direction. On a non-day trade, I mean, at a supportive level or a resistance. 1 second. That was weird. Mm, might get a little bit of stabilization here, but this doesn't look very bullish. Yeah, put interest just keeps piling in. Might not even last very long. Guess not. Delta neutrals of like right there. Or gamma neutral rather. Buying slow. See buying slowing down a little bit on the 25 strike. Vol's still turning up. We're going to see volume pick up here a lot. That would be a good sign of a breakdown. We don't want to see it get sold though. That sucks. Didn't sell off very hard. Fucking greedy bulls, man. Are you a top 5% trader? How do you know what that means? Yeah, we filled the gap. Okay. I'll take it. That's fine. What did this fill out? Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, that's kind of tricky. It's a little hard to sell the XSP options because the pricing doesn't fucking update. Are we in negative charm? No, no. We have less positive charm though. SPX wouldn't fall into negative charm unless it was below like probably below like 4,800. It's going along, Bob. We'll see. I'll let people know more when we're ready to let people know more. Did I fucking drink all of that already? What's wrong with me? No, I mean right now people are still piling into the 25 and the 30 put. You better have NFTs in your website. Maybe. Red candle. When? The Bulls are trying to sell the 25 and the Bears are buying it, so I don't know which way it's going to swing yet. Someone's going to get fucked. The market went down. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about like in the future. Red candle. If IWM sells off even more tomorrow, what's going to happen to top? Hmm. Those excess P puts were an excellent use of my remaining settled cash. I turned $90 into $400. Could have turned it into 500. Yeah, 400's good enough. VIX 15. Let's go. Would you set the stop closer, expecting the 5125 test? Say, but I bought a 5130 for 70, set a stop for 360. Once we broke 3135, would you set the stop looser? Maybe not. I might have set it tighter. I assume that contract went from like 70 cents to like what, 5? Yeah, I probably would have on the cross of view op, I probably would have had the stop a lot tighter. Especially when we got this candle, like this little fucker right here. I would have tightened it up a lot. Just, I mean, that's kind of what I did with XSP, except its fucking contract prices are all over the place. QQQ looks shittier. Polly, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. We can still test 5125. It's just they're just fighting for it a bit. Have you looked at the tips on Jimmy anytime recently? Like earlier today? They don't look very good. Jimmy's getting the ever-loving shit shorted out of it right now. Both on XRT and on the underlying. Nism, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Yeah, both of you guys, if you want, there's instructions in the Discord, but if you can't find them, hit me up and I'll help you get added to the country club after the stream. I appreciate it, guys. VIX 15. Woo! What's the point in shorting so hard before earnings? Makes it cheaper to cover if they have to. They don't, I mean, I don't think GME shorts give a flying fuck. XRT is not even on Reg Show yet, right? Don't say things like that to me, Odorous Dan. Are you trying to make me sad? Do you think Jimmy will run a bit after earnings? Will the positive EPS get more mainstream interest? No, it's a piece of shit and they don't make any money and they don't have any growth prospects. No one cares if they've cut all of their revenue streams in order to create profitability, right? They care about growth, and GME doesn't have any of that. So GME's revenues, dog shit, right? Well, okay, hold on. Every quarter four, they spike a little. The rest of the time, they're dog shit. Okay. And all they've done is they've reduced their overhead in order to create, you know, some positive EPS. But they haven't improved their growth. Their growth for the next 5 years looks like this. So until they have growth, no one's gonna care. It doesn't matter if they're making money if they're not growing, right? They don't offer a dividend. Why would anyone want to buy it? RC playing 2D checkers. I mean, that's where RC's fucked up, right? He had all this opportunity to generate growth, right? To capitalize GME and build out a company that had growth. If instead of, you know, selling shares when he did back in 2021, right? If he just issued some debt at fucking 2% interest, right? He could have gotten a few billion, right? 10% of GME's market cap at that point. He could be sitting on $5 billion right now, and deploying it into things that actually grow the company. Chances of a violent bounce, I mean, be careful. VIX is quite high going into close. People with a lot of short vol exposure are not going to want that to happen. He raised $1 billion and he's waiting for cash to swoop up acquisitions for cheap. What are they gonna fucking acquire? Seriously. I use both Mart. BNED? That actually wouldn't be a bad buy, but it's way out of their wheelhouse. Imagine having $1 billion and no ideas for 3 years. We're talking about a billionaire who put all his money in Wells Fargo and Apple. I mean, it's not like he's a genius stock investor. He didn't invest in anything. He just bought fucking. The company's just buying treasuries. And I'm pretty sure that the treasuries they already had were using all of the money that's available. I mean, that's a serious problem with the company you're invested in, right? If a significant chunk of their earnings come from their treasury holdings. Newegg's e-commerce sucks. Also, the ownership there is really weird. There's some like strange fraudulent shit going on with Newegg's ownership. I wouldn't imagine anybody would want to fuck with it. Can we close above 5130? I don't know. I feel like we either close below 25 or above 30. I'm trying to maximize my gain off of this $3. If you buy what out, replace them. You're proud of me? I trimmed half my profits at 20%. Now I can half port 5100 Ps. Would you enter your overnight straddle in high IV like today? Further expirations? Not much further. I think you're over trading. Fuck off. I'm concerned I don't have enough put exposure for tomorrow. I'm also concerned I have too much put exposure for tomorrow. Both valid concerns. Maybe hedge off some of your premium costs on the upside. Right? How much is it to open like a debit spread? I don't know. What's your total premium? $51.50, $51.75 is like $5. If you buy them out, replace them. I don't know why it's a stretch. Newegg. No, you don't want Newegg. First of all, most of their operations are through like independent sellers, right? So they don't have like a lot of assets. Second of all, their ownership is super fucked up. They're like owned through like multiple subsidiaries, and like ownership is convoluted between all of that and like other offshore companies. It's a huge amount of like liability risk to buy a company like that out. It seems very unlikely. Also, they suck. They don't make a lot of money. They haven't done well. It's not low overhead. Idiotic idea. Uh, it's all about Tiger Direct. They'll just put GME in the hole even more than they already are. You're CEO tomorrow. What's your big brain idea? Close all of the stores outside of major metropolitan areas, like all of them. Cancel the leases, eat the fees. Then move the stores in major metropolitan areas to larger locations. Push those locations into being, like esports centers, like internet cafes, esports. Um, Try to pick up a company that does electronics refurbishment and start taking trade-ins for PC parts. Um, I'd probably lean pretty heavily into the recycling, like monitors, GPUs, CPUs, set up a bench testing system so you can ingest them into the refurbishment, right? And then just give out gift cards. Increase PC component inventories, and then start building out e-commerce using the larger footprint stores in major metropolitan areas as distribution centers. And then I would offer incentives on trade-ins against like old GPUs to trade up for new GPUs, RAM, CPUs, all of that, in order to increase the inventory of used PC components. There's a few. EVGA might do it. I thought they were going to merge with SLGG. Oh, perfect. Another unprofitable industry. Host local tournaments for like popular games and stuff. Get people in the stores buying shit, right? Have like, Street Fighter tournaments, league tournaments, shit like that. Try to get in with like major esports outlets and create, tours and stuff, and you can seed up to like a pro league. Take the streaming rights for that and stream all of it, right? I don't know, revenue. It's not that fucking hard. That's why I think Cohen's an idiot. Would it be possible to invest stocks with pickle jar interest by watching 69 share lots being bought and sold? Simon sells for Beanhead over the last month. Would say yes. They do that, recycling refurb of electronics. I think that's the way to go. Lean into being a pawn shop, right? Think of the margins too, right? And margins on new PC components suck. But if you can give some dude $300 store credit for his fucking 4090, right? So he can upgrade to a 4090 Ti, and then you can sell that fucking 4090 used for $800. You've just made 500 fucking dollars. Boom. That's not arbitrage. And there's some asshole out there with a 3080, right? Who's like, man, I really wish I could afford a 4090, and he can't at $1,200, but he can at $800. Those parts are pretty durable. They're hard to break. Sure, you might have some loss on the back end, but you can warranty them. That's even better, right? Because then you get them to pay an extra $50 for a warranty they may never fucking use, or you just charge $80 a month for power up and warranty everything you fucking sell, and then you've got 10,000 idiots paying you $80 a month in order to ensure that the components they have are covered in the event that they break, but the rate of them breaking is less than like 5% of the units produced, right? Now you're Costco. I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like it takes a genius to turn GME around. I thought Cohen could do it. I was wrong. I'm gonna need bulls to really rocket this in the next 18 minutes. Otherwise, my $2 call is never gonna print. Any chance of 5140? Yeah, it's possible. 5150 is possible. There's enough AM expiry interest on the strike. No one buys digital copies anymore. DFE was a troll. I mean, he was. You know what's the funniest thing about GME, right? Is that like everyone, like all the Wall Street bets, even DFE's thesis was wrong, right? Like all of their oh, this is why GME is gonna run was wrong. They never really made more money on the console cycle, which is what DFE was betting on, right? All those guys just made money because Ryan Cohen bought in. It never lived up to any of their dreams of having better earnings or greater expectations. I feel like there's a lesson to be learned in that. This is a beauty channel. I mean, there were people that bought GME before it ran in Jan of 21, and there were people that shorted it at the top of Jan 21, right? And both of those people made fuck tons of money. It wasn't. Yes, it was shorted over 100%, but that had to do with the way short interest was reported at the time. They no longer report synthetic short positions as part of the aggregate short position. So theoretically, that should never happen again. No, you won't. Did you forget to set a stop on your SPXW? No? Are you talking about the 5150 I had earlier? I sold that like pretty close to the peak before the midday bounce. I never had a 5130. Not on here. Ah, you suck, Bulls. What's this bullshit? Get fixed back to 14. Yeah, there you go. Do you think tomorrow could be as volatile as today? Even more so. We have like 50% of the gamma on SPX falling off tomorrow. That's gonna be wild. The next week's gonna be wild too. Did WeBull ever unexpectedly force you to send them bank statements by restricting trading? No. They just sprung that on me when I closed my lovely puts. That's weird. I don't know what the fuck that's about. Maybe they think you're lying about your income. Since when did that matter? Maybe they want to reduce their margin risk. Did you decide what DTE you were gonna straddle? I don't know, maybe Mondays. If this is gonna bounce into close, though, I'm gonna wait to enter a straddle till like the last minute. I don't think I've ever had a broker ask me that. I've heard about people having it happen. Usually futures brokers are more diligent, but I don't know. Did you apply for like futures trading on Webull or something? Can you touch on Google and why it's holding up so strong? I remember like a week ago, I was like, I wanted to play the upside on it. It was just a little bit oversold. Don't worry, if everything comes tumbling down, Google will too. But relative to the rest of the Mag 7, it was way oversold. Also, it's gotten some tailwinds from the TikTok ban. No, but it's a new account. Service rep said it's routine account verification. I mean, it's not very routine, but I'm assuming that you said you made far more money than a cursory glance at your credit would indicate. And that flagged you in their system. Or it's because you set up like an ACH transfer. Maybe you put like your middle initial on the bank account and you don't have your middle initial on the trading account or something like that. We've not been in a market crash. We came pretty close to testing GN though. I kind of like that we didn't test it. Bounces from under GN tend to be really ugly. I mean, I don't think their verifications are very strong. You probably take a screenshot of your bank statement and just send it to them and they'll be happy. We get a sign in the pre-market of the ex-div date. Will you still receive the dividend? Yes. If the shares are in your account before market open. Worth $2 million. Has 1K port. I actually got that. I opened like a little port to fuck around with on Ninja Trader. And it was like I went through all the qualification questions and then I deposited like $2,500 into it. And they immediately like flagged me. They're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. So yeah, that actually does happen. Where does the MM want this? Like 46. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at. Actually, that's kind of hard to tell. Give me a second. We'll try to get. Yeah, like right here. Yeah, I can trade QQQ 15 minutes after close, can I? Nice. No problem, Potato Tom. No, if they expire in the money and they cash settle, it doesn't go towards PDT. Because they're exercised to cash. They're not sold, so there's no round trip. Nice, just want a moon. Oh, fuck yeah. 50 cents a profit. Let's go. Keep pumping it. Ah, you suck. What did VWAP? VWAP's dropped, which is shitty. It's an expanding wedge. Sort of. Like that. These are actually usually bullish, but they're not very bullish. And then if they fail, kind of like the prior one, they're extremely bearish. Weak supports. Is this bullish into tomorrow? We'll probably pump overnight a little bit because of the AM expiry. Bulls are going to try to save what calls they can on the AM expiry. Is there any important news next week? Yeah, a lot of it. We have BOJ and FOMC decisions Monday and Tuesday. I mean, this isn't bulls though. Like most of this is just driven by 0DT puts closing. Like we say bulls because the candles are green, but it's not really a lot of call buying. It's a lot of short like put selling and sell to open and sell to close. I don't know. I feel like my weekly expectation's pretty fucking spot on. Given that it was made a week in advance, it's been pretty solid. I almost nailed today's close, like to the dollar. Stop hiding mine. It's not as good, alright? Yours sucks. It's just like this. Yours sucks. You and your 5,000 end of week target. Oh, come on. One more dollar. You can do it, QQQ. Push green after close. Oh, you're gonna sell off like a little bitch. Ding ding. The week is not over. I still need NQ to keep pumping after close, though. It's very important. Oh, wait, there's my 50 cents. Hold on, I'm going to try to lock it in. Come on, just a little up. You can do it. Yeah, there we go. Nah, no one wants to buy. Yes! Ha ha! Doesn't that just get eaten up by fees? Fees are like 12 cents. Bow down before the pure alpha. I had $3 in settled cash, so I wanted to make the most use of it possible. All right, so where does that put us? Kind of right at the top of this wedge, and we're probably going to break out over this into the overnight session. I would say that we should probably expect something like that going into the AM expiry. They're going to try to pump as many of the calls into the money as they feasibly can before they fall off, right? So I would expect the future session tonight to be wild, and we get the roll too, so that should make it extra spicy. But tomorrow morning, all of that charm is going to expire, and we'll see what happens. But I don't think it's going to be particularly bullish. Commodities dropping a little bit today. A lot of this in anticipation of China's short-term lending facility. There's some expectation that they won't lower rates. If they don't, that's probably going to have a pretty negative effect on not only the yuan but HSI overnight as well. That should bolster the dollar and push US yields a little higher as long as the yuan doesn't push too far over the 720 level. If it does, we may see the top end of the yield curve back here on the 10, 20, 30 start to pull back a little bit if China moves into the FX markets to stabilize the yuan against the dollar. They really want to keep the yuan pinned to 720. They don't really want it moving too much from that spot. USD up against the yen also today. Yields pretty much climbing throughout the entirety of the day after the PPI report, falling off a little bit into the end alongside the dollar. But like I said, that can change overnight with China's information. We actually have quite a bit of data tomorrow as well after market open. We have Michigan Michigan sentiment, and I believe we have U.S. industrial production in the pre-market, which is expected to be down, but kind of flat against the prior month, not down a lot. If industrial production is down a lot, that's going to be very bad, right? That's going to be a recessionary indicator. Not a good sign. So we'll see where that lands. Last month was at 0. So Michigan consumer inflation expectations will matter near and 5-year. The rest of it probably doesn't mean very much, but both of those will have some impact on the markets tomorrow. We're also losing rough estimate. as of right now, well, as of last night, and I'll update this later. So remember, this is just last night's estimate, but 47.88 billion in charm from the SPX monthly contracts. That's probably going to be quite a bit higher, especially with our close today above 51.50, which is where a substantial amount of those calls exist. So I would say, yeah, we're going to have quite a lot of charm falling off into tomorrow's expiration, a lot of delta. Delta on the SPX contract into tomorrow's morning expiration is currently at 2.69 trillion without factoring in today's options. And then another 17 billion in positive gamma, probably dropping off there as well. Vega exposure's around 9.9 billion, and we may see a significant chunk of that drop also. Core 1 and 3 month turning up today, so a little breakdown and dispersion. We'll see if that lasts. Big bump up in the forward yield on volatility, with cash VIX still closing on the end of the day up 4%, although it is down significantly from its high. VIX 3 month up 3.27%. Oil still moving up, back above 80 on light crude futures. That's not a good sign for inflation either. Move, I'm not sure if it's printed, but it looks like bond vol dropped there a bit. Skew up yesterday. This is not today's number. And that's, kind of expected with yesterday's early pump. Correlation dropped back under negative 40%, so a little bit more pressure on the long vol side. And we're currently pricing in 66 points of rate cuts, now down substantially from 3 total cuts, and actually lower than we were after the Fed CPI report and Fed FOMC. So going into next Tuesday, we could easily see one of these cuts fully priced out, maybe even more right down here in the 25 level. Might see all of them priced out, which would be possibly disastrous for at least the current expectations of the market. Next week's going to be very spicy, and the Fed decision will factor heavily into that. That's about it for today. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate it, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a great night, guys. Later.